Okay, it's been a week or so because of the holidays since we have visited this place. It is called Elpis. But yes, when we last left off, we were 10,000 years in the past? Uppy already? Well, I don't know. Are you cutie? Because cuties get uppies. Which one? She has two, Levos. Okay, so after yesterday's stream where everything was kind of broken, I spent many hours yesterday after stream working on fixing all of the problems. I heard that. Yeah, I had to go in and fix a whole bunch of things because a whole bunch of things had broken. There we go. It's very simple. You come in, you collect one each day, and it's basically a thing that says, like, I've been to this many streams. You can only collect one per stream, but what I need is for more people than just Lavos to take one, because it's supposed to be one per person per stream. And it's a way of keeping track of, like, how many times somebody has visited the stream, how many streams a person has attended, that sort of thing. Ah, very good. Thank you, Sam. 2 people were able to get it. That tells me it is now working. It should be 1 per person per stream. So technically, if the stream drops in the middle and I have to restart, it will technically reset, but that's just a quirk of the mechanic. There you go. See? And my audio cues, so I can actually hear that people are getting redeems, is working. I had to actually go in and rewrite a whole bunch of things in order to make that work, but oh man, it finally got done. It took me a lot of work. So, other things that I've fixed, I've reduced the cost of some redeems, as Lavos has already noticed. It would be good to test those, make sure those are working properly. Thank you, Rainbow Snow, for picking up your daily pedal, and Sam, and Lavos. It's very inexpensive. It's literally just 1 point. As soon as you come into the stream, each stream you'll be able to get one.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Exactly, Sam. It's all coming together. Yes. And I can hear those now, too. Well, hi there, Heidi. How's it going? I hope y'all had a good sleep last night, because, oh man, it sounded like your significant other didn't get to bed until, I don't know, a little late last night. But welcome in. Welcome in. Well, to be fair, you still had to admit that you were cute before. That hasn't changed. We were up pretty late, lol. We are actually about to nap again. We are always napping. Every day we nap in. Hey, that's self-care. We are very big on self-care in this house. Thank you, Heidi, for picking up your daily pedal. Thank you for checking in. And there's Luna. Thank you for getting your daily pedal, Luna. Welcome in. It also lets me know that people are there. It's one of those things where it's like you don't have to do... Like, I'm autistic. Sometimes it's like if I'm just waking up, I don't really feel like putting in a huge amount of effort, but I do like saying, hey, I'm here, I'm watching. And the daily pedal is useful for that. Particularly if you're on the autistic spectrum like I am. Okay, so this is the other Luna. Yes. Why I was giving you caution about being sure to specify which Luna you're snogging on. Because you don't want to upset Heidi. Yep, there's more than one Luna. It's okay. That's okay. Rawr. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So yeah, I fixed all of the sound redeems, all the notification redeems. I should be able to hear them all. So that problem from yesterday is finally fixed. It turns out the problem was an OBS issue. I had... Just exiting out of OBS didn't fix it. I had to reboot the whole system. Which I wasn't about to do in the middle of stream yesterday. I mentioned something, there's a friend's character. Yeah, that was a Cat and Bose character, actually. Yay, that it's fixed. Alright, yeah, I spent a long time working on that. Okay. Couple of tidbits. We were going to do Cat and Bose and I dueling collab in 14 today. That didn't work out because Cat and Bose's internet is dead. This is sad because not only does it mean no collab today, but also no collab Friday. So I'm probably going to do Wayback Machine on Friday instead, which is a change from the schedule. I mean, go ahead. I don't think you'll get anywhere. But I'm sure Kat would appreciate it. We were in Elpis and we had just met Sappho, the goddess of lesbians herself, who sits here and reads you her poetry. And we had creepy blue bird girl. Like a winged porcelain doll. Yes, but and I'm like, you have to specify which Luna. Because it's like, don't want to upset Heidi in a mix-up. Wrong character. Wrong Luna. All right. Enough stalling. Hermes, my apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Ampelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long before it is released unto the world. Yes, we know you did, because we have them in the future. Hell yeah. Good, I'm glad to hear that. That is actually, that's a good, healthy thing, Luna. I do try to be careful, though, simply out of courtesy. Yeah, it's called being a good person. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis. That is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head north. I do like Elpis because it's very pretty. But it also has... it's full of existential crises. That company has not been giving me royalties since 2004. To be fair, I think that company has other problems. Like its CEO doing some shitty things. But we're not going to talk about that. Laser Fox! Wait a minute. It's not pronounced like that. I remember that from yesterday. It's not pronounced like that, right? Regardless, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. We are playing FF14 today. We are in the La Serre. Keep correcting me if I get it wrong, but I'm going to try to not. You know, you generally want to, generally the... Kissing Luna. Yeah, generally we try to refer to people how they want to be referred to here. I mean, that's half the fun of Twitch having usernames. Thank you for collecting your daily pedal. Hermes.
Gay is in, gay is hot. I want some gay. Gay it's gonna be.
Yes, gay is in. Absolutely. Understand there is a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to its adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimen created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. Third generation was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly toward water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished and cannot fly. No matter what we try, we cannot get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such a change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau the concept be revised. In other words, kill the creature. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may have simply developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to maintain wind until it finds its wings. What? You didn't go to such lengths. You don't know? But of course not. Transformation is an art which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to reconstruct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running around robeless. Aww. Emmett Selk, are you kink-shaming Hades? Is that what you're doing? Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? Interesting. They deserve a chance. We owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmett Selk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. Blap. Blap. This is one of the things that was broken. Anything that involves manipulating the actual visual appearance of the model was broken yesterday. I had to completely redo the scripts on those. What mischief are you scheming now? Yeah, for some reason, the way we set it up originally, it just completely failed, so I had to delete and redo them. No mischief, I assure you. But I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an act of indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind? Nod. Get out of here. Emmett Silk is out of sight. Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emmett Silk train the Charybdis. What? Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see the aether currents. With his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty, and I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once! Oh, Hythlodaeus is absolutely just being the king here. Tigris, I want you to go to Emmett Silk. Tell him I have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, so you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck! Oh. So my job here is to harass Hades. A man that I'm going to murder in 10,000 years. Well, to be fair, it was self-defense because he was trying to kill me, but, well, that was a previous expansion. For those who have no idea where we are in the story right now, we are several expansions in. We are currently in the Endwalker expansion, which is not current. It is the expansion before current. The expansion before this one, the Emmett Silk character was the End villain, whom we defeated. Dead. Killed. No more. Gone. But that's 10,000 years before this point in the timeline. He has not, as you say, fallen from grace yet. He's just a bit of an arrogant tosser. Well, are your preparations for the scheme that is clearly not a scheme complete? I've never played or seen this game before. That motorbike is a surprise to me. Okay, so it is a fantasy game in a fantasy setting. However, there is an enemy faction that has perfected the technique of using a particular type of magical goo to make mechanical engines. They did this because their particular subspecies, the nation of Garlemald, they have no ability to use magic, and they resent anyone who can. And to bolster themselves militarily against this weakness, they built lots of machines, Final Fantasy calls the Magitech. And so there are a number of, Magitech doodads in the game, including some mounts. That particular one was a cash shop item that somebody gave me as a gift at one point. It was years ago, and I don't actually remember. Well, the occasion was, it was like a birthday or something. But I still like it because Dyke on a bike. There are actually a couple of different versions of the motorbike. That's the cash shop one. There's another one if you do the Island Sanctuary from Endwalker all the way to completion. That's the ones that I can think of, at least those two. Sam, you can correct me if there's another one. Kind of reminds me of the Kavesi in Xenoblade Chronicles 3. The Kavesi are much less magical than their enemies, the Agnians. They often use enhancing gear to make more robotic equipment. Yeah, that's kind of what you're dealing with here. The Garleans actually previously in this expansion, their entire nation is in a state of collapse. And we went there earlier and tried to help pick up the chaos a bit and discovered that the people absolutely hate us. Like, the power of the propaganda is strong. So much so that there were at least 2 girls who unalived themselves to not accept help from us. In a very, very dark scene. Fortunately, we persisted and were doing everything we can to deliver aid to try to help the people of Garlemald recover, and there actually is now a faction that is working to try and rebuild their society. Not necessarily militarily, but at least try to help the people put the pieces back together of their lives, which is what we want. It's like, yes, we have been at war with this nation for years, but it's not because we wanted the war, they brought the war to us. They were the aggressor, we were the defender. And we're just, well, we're possessed of empathy for the people who were being mistreated in the nation of Garlemald. And so that was a previous part of this story, this particular expansion. Before we went to the moon! That was also something that happened earlier, was going to the moon! And now we are 10,000 years in the past, because Endwalker does not fuck around. It's like, no, we're gonna do a whole bunch of just wild and wacky shit, because fuck it. So, we went to our enemy's territory, we tried to help them, some success. We went to the moon! We punched a god! Some success. And now here we are 10,000 years in the past, and the question is, will there be more god punching? This sounds ridiculous in the best way possible. It's a Final Fantasy story, I don't know what else to tell you! It's like, hey, summarize a Final Fantasy story in like a paragraph or less. It's yeah, punching gods is absolutely a JRPG cliche. I've only played FF7 and even the original for half an hour. Yeah, that's probably why you noticed the motorbike, because it's Cloud's bike from FF7. A like 3D higher polygon rendering of it, but yes. I didn't even know Lavos was a Xenoblade character. Today I learned. Oh, okay. Evansville. Alright. The quest objective is, say, I have a favor to ask to Emmett Silk. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. don't know what Hypnodeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse! God, you are such a man-child. Please. Myself. Mine is from Chrono Trigger, a Squaresoft JRPG from 1995.
No, you are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so.
Tiggy, you need a Lavos Scream blurb from Chrono Trigger. Okay, go on to blurb, find the specific sound, and send me a link, and I will add it. Like, I take requests. Here's a fun fact. Blurb supports 50 sounds. And we're only using like maybe 25 right now. In fact, let me go get the URL for you. Yes, this is open to the whole community too. It's like, if you have a sound that you want to use, go onto that website, find the sound in question and link it to me, and I will add it. I have done this for other members of the community already. It's the reason why some of those sounds are in there. I think it was Star Tiger that originally made the request for...
Nice.
Nice. Yep, that is absolutely one of them. Yeah, Squirrel. Squirrel was a request by, my brain has now just launched the name out of my head.
Squirrel!
And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emet-Selch. Please teach it to fly.
At least I'm not the only one wearing him down now.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emet-Selch. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
It will not be the last. That face from Medion. That horse was actually a...
I will aid it once it is taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
pre-order mount from Shadowbringers, the previous expansion in which he was the villain. So of course he has one. You got two suggested blurbs.
Let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
Where did you link these to me?
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation.
Lavos? You suggested it to my Twitch name. Okay. Because I don't see it. So I'm a little confused. Where you sent this to me, Lavos. You can... Tell you what. You could put it on the Discord. I will see it there. That is my suggestion. Just under Twitch General in the Discord. By the way, if any of you want to join the Discord, the information is down in the About. It's open to the community.
Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. On the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even. Quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend.
Now that's interesting. Let me guess, the mutual friend who no one is going to name.
A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in the business of others. Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow. Her antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern.
Now I suspect what's going on here is this is a reference to ourselves in this time period, who they never name, but they always use the gender pronoun of the player character.
When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Would you like to know? I can explain it. You won't like it.
Well done, my pet. Well done.
Am I the only one who finds her voice just a little bit grating?
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
And that's fair. That is perfectly fair. I never heard her before now, and yes, a bit grating. Yeah, it might be one of those things that's very individual. Ah, it wants me to emote around this location. Got it. Hey! Ah! Yes. Gotcha. Sorry, I misunderstood. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. To be fair, I think it always knew. It was just scared. Boy. Rawr. And we could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. Says Troubled Observer. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Yeah. Who are you? Indeed, with this we've proven the creature is... Even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the need arises. That's a big if. Keep in mind, I bid you to continue observing them. If that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we could just guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place? Eugenics. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. I'll go grab a better second blurb from Chrono Trigger, because I did see one. Yeah, go for it. Ah! I'm in a jar! And it's not even Lavos that put me in a jar. Hello? I'm in a jar. And technically, so is Rainbow Snow. Oh, thank you for the jarring interaction, Luna. Oh God, I feel bad. Oh, that pun hurt me. Tap, tap. Tap on the glass. At least put air holes in it. Thank you. I had to completely rewrite it from scratch last night. Oh. Yes, Levis loves it. It's Levis' favorite. It causes some issues when I'm in a collab. But it's worth it. Hummies, Nidion says. Yes, I reduced it. It was that was too much. I'm fine, don't worry. Well, that concludes all my present tasks. Let's return to Anagnorosis for now. Oof, that one's a mouthful. All right. Back on a bike time. I could just teleport there directly, but I like the scenery here. I like seeing the scenery here. It's very pretty. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Uh-huh. Sure, Hades. Cutscene. Tell me, Tigress, in the course of watching me, have you learned anything of value? Dynamis. Dynamis seemed promising. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomena should be of interest to you. Medion is just standing there staring at us. Chief Hermes, what a good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lechaeum, I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one of them for observation than it set upon the nearby Ochiopetes and slaughtered them. Was the creature hungry? Was it somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the Okipedes were keeping a wide berth. It's the nature of the Lechaean that is to blame. Their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suitable for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In that case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them once all the paperwork is in order. Revert, as in murder. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path. Again, lots of giving directions. Hermes, wait! If this is... Ooh. Fish. Fish. Thank you. If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. I see the feed redeem is better now with the chewing animation. Oh, to be fair, that's something I have to do. Like, it's something I have to actually make the model do, you know? Good to know. Dragon will chase that tail. Yeah, I'm sure the dragon will. The scene of the crime. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. A Lecaean was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base as 12 wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emmett, Silk, and I will search the area for good measure just to make sure the Lecaean did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at 12 wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow tigers. Okay. Come, come. It's down this path and over the bridge. I can't decide on a voice. I cannot do a good impression of that voice. So 12 Wonders is an area we actually haven't been to yet. It's a big empty on our map. So follow the road. Looks like it's actually a physically separate island. Excuse me a moment. There we go. Now we can come back here if we need to. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I know him when I see him. She's now walking around with us. Okay. We have a little tiny bird girl. Well, she said a blonde man. Ah, blonde-haired man. Doros, that's Doros. Well, if it isn't Medion, what brings you here?
Cutscene.
Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices, says Hermes. I better go, 'cause it's coming up to 9 p.m. here, and I'm busy tomorrow. Hope you have a great rest of the stream. I don't have the points for it, but posture check. 1 second. Thank you. And I hope you have a great night. And I hope to see you again. Tomorrow, we'll be doing Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. Oh, there you go. Lavos gotcha. Tomorrow the stream's going to be Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, Veshka's adventures punching demons in the world of Golarion. And Friday was going to be BG3, which we've been doing in a collab with Cat and Bows, but her internet's out and won't be back until next week. So I'm thinking instead we'll go back to Black Mesa Blue Shift, and if we finish that, we'll probably go on to Knights of the Old Republic, the original. Have a good night. Happy new solar cycle. We'll see how I am. I'm streaming tomorrow, and I might just be dead. Ah, well then, before you go, there's something we should really do then. Let's do... I'm pretty sure we did this yesterday, but just in case. Everybody make sure you follow our little fox. I'm presuming from the name... Yeah. That's Fox. Fox girl. I look forward to getting to see your model tomorrow. I hope you do stream. I'm gonna set you to notify me when you come on. You know what you're gonna be playing? Ah! Speaking of Cat and Bows, how's it going?
Ah, hello, Gordon.
Ah! Hello, Cat! We were just speaking of you. It might be really early for you. It'll be about 8 hours ago time-wise. Yeah, I probably won't come in right at the beginning. That'll probably be about halfway through. But if I see you on in the when I get up in the morning, I will hop in. I want to see your model. How's it going, Cat and Bows? I know you're still without the internet. My ears were burning. Yes, I was feeling Lesser Fox. Good night. You have a good night. I was filling in. I should have asked their gender pronouns. Didn't think to. We'll have to ask tomorrow. Was explaining the change in the schedule on Friday. I hope things are going all right where you are. And welcome in, Cat and Bows. Thank you for collecting your daily petal. It seems to be working. Everything seems to be working correctly today. Gender in my pronouns, it's more likely than you think. I mean, yeah, comes free with knowing a language. I didn't realize you two had helped me search for Doros. Thank you. Do you even do anything, Hermes? You're in charge of the Leggans, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the field, in restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Catesis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see to reverting them without delay. Ugh. This society, man. I think suggesting I know a language is a bold statement, but true. I mean, you do know a language. I can't speak for any more than that, but you do know a language. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation. It would be very, very difficult. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need to concern yourself, as you were. Wow, nice talking down to the poor man. But you speak Durg? Bork? I mean, I think you also speak cat. We've heard the news. The Leggans slaughtered the Okiopitsis. As the observer in charge, you are the opinion they are not fit to be released? Aye, I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. The Leggans would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Ooh. Meow. Meow. Yes, took me several hours, but I got everything fixed. Turns out it was mostly an OBS issue. Though, when you actually have internet access again, I want to help you adjust some of the redeems that you and I set up together, because I had to redo a bunch of them.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Thank you, Tim Curry. I hope you enjoy space. Hermes. Could it be the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them, all exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter their memories. That way we may observe the creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive and potentially dangerous. Depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions, Pash Tarot may wish to have words with you. Rest assured I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Observer. Do not misunderstand, to manipulate the subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Specifically, it's the redeems that are set up in the Mix It Up application that manipulate your model visually. Yeah, I'm sure that's a small detail that won't come up again. Basically, last night I had to delete and remake those, because turns out there was some problems. I'll detail it sometime, not on stream. You know, my immersion, bro. Come on, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of Aether is simply reduced to its original state. You're talking about murder, honey. I know that doesn't mean anything to you. I know the distinction concerns you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we may remake it. If a creation is deemed detrimental to existence, we unmake it. 'Tis for the greater good. None question the necessity of such a routine process. Ah, ooh, yuck, ooh. None question it. Our society is, and in such a place that just committing murder is fine. We're fine with murder and eugenics. We're cool with it. It's just part of our society, bro. Nobody questions it. Well, maybe somebody should question it. Look, what's a little murder among friends? I mean, a little murder among society. It's kind of... The ancient society is a bit effed up. Yeah, just a bit. Yeah, it's got some issues, but, you know... Just because they came before everybody else doesn't mean they were right. And I think the story does a good job of portraying, hey, yeah, they're just a little bit fucked up. Because it's like they've let godhood literally go to their heads. They believe they should have power over life and death. They believe it. And welcome in. I understand these things. I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat on the world because we're not idiots. We understand not releasing literal monsters. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be to all creation, it is all the Lycones have. Welcome in, Regal. It is nice to have you. Historically speaking, giving things godlike powers rarely works out for the best. Indeed. Meep. Yerp. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend this discussion? That Emmett Silk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray, show them to the meeting room. I know for a fact that Regal knows exactly where we are in the story. I do not need to remind Regal about where we are. Medion's got that sad look in her eyes because, again, we're talking about death, and that makes Medion sad. Emmett Silk, Grumpy Puss. Yep, you've gone through Endwalker. I believe you said you've gone all the way through Dawn Trail, if I remember correctly what you told me. So yeah. Not quite? Okay. Well, if you get a chance, send me a DM, let me know where you are in Dawn Trail. But this character is still in Endwalker, so we're gonna keep going with her. So end of 7.0, right at the start of 7.1. To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled like magic. Medion is having minority stress. She's realizing that she exists as a thing to these people. That she is just a thing to these people. She is experiencing minority stress. That's what Hermes told me once. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time Medion, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with tigers. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Medion in your carrion? Oh, that's fine. I am in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most, of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and what we want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. And I want you to search with me. I'm good at searching for things. Let's start here at 12 Wonders. Okay. We have a bird girl with us. Are looking for flowers. So big and bright, I love them, but they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient, that's what Hermes said. Okay. Whatever you say, kiddo. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Alright. There's a whole bed full of flowers here. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. It means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Oh, we know what that is. Oh, a Kineon, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Okay. They are mean flowers. They're very mean. They shoot seeds at you. Are there flowers here? Nothing around here. Ah! Oh, there's something over there. Ah, yes. A marble. Though I doubt they're gonna call it the same name, because they like to use different names. But yeah, like Regal said, it's a mean flower. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots permeates the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the marble before you. Oh, it's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think? Would he like it? It's probably not a good sort of memory. Not this one either. Finding a good flower is harder than I thought. Can we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there? I'll pick something after that, I promise. It's up to you, hon. A grips? It's a griffin. Lush fields. There's got to be something interesting around here. Oh, there's nothing. Alright. You want to fight? You gotta fight. I'm sure Poison Ivy approves. Oh, yes, I'm sure. Until, you know, the gods of this place come along and want to unmake something, and then I'm pretty sure Poison Ivy will not approve. Shiny thing over there. What could it be? Medion seems to love shinies. Oh. Well, we know what that is. I have multiple birds following me. If they unmake the Morble, then we get a Batman comic of Poison Ivy killing the gods with plants. Honestly, that sounds like an awesome comic. They're Elpis flowers. They're here, too. I mean, I would hope they'd be all over these islands. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entelechies. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly? The flower was dark in your home? Then do you have it too, a dark emotion? I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. Well, see, that's the thing, Regal. Clearly these people don't. Which makes you wonder about these people. I see. Hermes has felt the same. A shortness of breath, the walls closer and closer, but only him, no one else feels it. Will you lend them to me, your doubt and anxiety? If you want them. I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Now that I can get behind. Maybe there's strict societal laws keeping them at a sort of peace. Yeah, clearly, but at what cost? You'll do it? Yeah. I'm fine with that. Thank you, it means more than I can say. I can't wait to see how he reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. He's probably busy. Okay. Okay, Medion. Take it a bite. They're still talking. Let's wait until they finish. Okay. Since they frown on individuality, I can imagine that they at times feel poor mental health, even depression. Yeah. Nice God, you've given it anxiety.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment? I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is. But only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. But they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one.
You are in a society that is devoid of caring. And that's a problem.
So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Glad I could be of service.
To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden. You are a strange one. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them. And they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteon. Let us head back.
All right.
Well, that was an informative little cutscene. Oof, I am sorry to hear that, Cat. It's unfortunate that you've hit a point where that is actually something you've discovered. Though unfortunately, I'm not very surprised. It just stopped working consistently. Yeah. Unfortunately, all you can do is take it up with your carrier. And I'm sure that they will point to a contract or something. Because that's always the way these things go. Hermes, an all too brief interlude perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emmett Silk and Hythlodaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaeans. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. They'll blame it on cell towers or weather. Yeah, as equally likely. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as chief overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaeans would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish, and they cannot be released into the wild. They cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodaeus has pledged me his support in this endeavor because, you know, he's the chairman of the Bureau of the Architect. It's his job. Yeah, whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaeans have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion of this study. If you are so resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Yeah, they don't actually talk about it here, but it's like that's essentially what Pandemonium is. Except I get the idea that for whatever reason, things that wound up in Pandemonium could not be unmade for whatever reason because of the nature of their existence. And so they had no choice but to build a giant prison underground to store them all. Hence, that is what Pandemonium was created to do. To house things that, for whatever reason, they were unable to simply unmake. For, varying different reasons. It depends on the particular inmate why they couldn't just unmake it, I suspect. Like, the Phoenix would just pop back up. So killing it is actually sort of redundant and cruel, so they just locked it up instead. And some of their inmates were, people. Corrupted people. And just leave it at that. Mm-hmm. Yep. Because it's a Phoenix, that's what it does. So trying to unmake it was sort of a, sort of a fruitless endeavor, so they eventually just imprisoned it. Prison is always safe and never causes problems. That's what the Raid series is about. The problems that were caused by the existence of the prison. for, you know, their creations that they couldn't unmake. Of course, let us be off then. We must return to the main island. Fight time! I should probably check this while I'm here. 200 yalms to the northwest. So somewhere out in this neck of the woods. Yep, there it is. $286 yalms to the northeast. So someone in that neck of the woods? Or it might be on an island that we haven't discovered yet. $300 yalms northwest. Yeah, it's on that island there. Which we haven't been to. Ah! These are the Leggans, I presume. 1 second. I want to say, in the modern era, those are a mount of some kind, but I don't seem to have one. Doris, are you hurt? What happened here? It caught me off guard. I had bound them with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. Yeah, because they know you're here to kill them. They're not idiots. I was able to stop 4, but 3 escaped. I see 2 of them in the air above 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Tigress handle that one. The pair in the sky leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. Fenrir? No, not Fenrir. Fenrir is a blue wolf in FF14. Not bunnies. I can't remember the name. It is a mount, though. I want to say it was a veteran reward mount? I'll render aid to it itself, unneeded though it is. Medion, stay here with Doros. But Hermes, the Laconis must be reverted. I would spare you their pain and mine. God damn it. You and your making sense, Hermes. I don't know, they had the Mogtom event. I mean, there are a lot of mounts that you can get other ways in the Mogtom events. They just sort of cycle things in there, so it's like you have options that maybe you haven't gotten other ways. This is my burden, not yours, but if you're intent on helping, please follow my lead. Okay. The funny thing is, while we killed Hades in 10,000 years, we don't kill Hermes. No. He did that himself. There he is. Not really hiding. Just sort of hovering in the air. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. Yep. There it is, our quarry. Within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. We will approach slowly in full view and draw its attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not, by my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand its onslaught a few moments, and it'll give me time to catch it unaware. Ready? Let us begin. Okay. Hi. Okay. Cutscene.
Now. Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. You're worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Well, that was the thing that just happened. That actually tells us a fair bit. And it's like Regal said. Yeah, starting to see why this guy snapped. The other Laconis have been taken care of. The incident is resolved and life in Elpis continues at normal, or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well-deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? And I think this is part of the problem. They as a society are so inured to negative emotions that they are literally unable to handle them because they don't experience them enough to know how. So where to now? Is there anywhere you should like to visit before we leave? I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused the position, merely postponed his decision. As such, I may well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I may content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you? Will you continue with us? Might as well. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. Yes, change of scenery will do us good. If you'd follow me, we will first head back to anagnorosis. And I think this time we will just teleport directly. Oh, and of course, teleporting directly, it wants you to stop halfway and have a conversation. From here, we go north to Notaneus. There we will find one of the Neas, which facilitate travel between the islands. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with a requisite permission, which I have. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth we will be able to use it freely. Shall we? Why do you sit there and say we're going to anagnorosis, and then you go there and it's like, no, we're only going halfway there? You should have said that up front. Who wrote this? Not an AS. This will take us to Calamelios Zephyros, the western island. It's right there, looming over us. Step this way and admire the view from above. So it's a teleporter. Got it.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arrayus. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight. Another, superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
We know who this is! We've met her before!
Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
Fun fact. Vana was originally named Venus. We met her on the ship in the beginning.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vana is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
And Azim is our past self's current job. So she had our job before we did, currently. See, in the beginning, when we met her, we knew her as Heidelin, but here she's referred to as Vana. Now, those who were paying attention back in Shadowbringers know that she was the head of the resistance group against Zodiark's creation. She is the head, the mind, the heart behind the primal that is Heidelin. We learned that in the last expansion. And now we're actually meeting her for, well, her true self, shall we say.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number.
I like her.
A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
They're talking about our past self.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
To save some grapes.
Huh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
I mean, it's entirely possible.
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
It said a goddamn thing. She's just like, bam, slam, there it is, on the table. Just drops it like a bomb right in front of everybody.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you.
Yes.
Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Oh, we know what that is. Of course, we call it by a different name. We call it Blessing of Light.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
And what makes you think that? Hades. I'm watching you. I'm watching you.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
I am not allowed to speak of certain things.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Not here.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
Yes.
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
You're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like it. That sheepish look. To a man that you're gonna kill in 10,000 years.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation?
Yes, please. Most you can do is learn what happened, and what's back in the present, use what you've learned to stop what's coming. Yep.
I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it.
I think I was sent here specifically to talk to you.
Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past.
Exactly.
It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
I like her. Yes! Yes! You were correct, Cat and Buzz. At least it was very heavily implied. Ah, Shadowbringers. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter that I cannot leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraving crystal and the quick-fingered Aureus that made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Arrayas. There's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed the crystal you seek. Please, even that would be enormously helpful. While you're hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest for it, just in case. Could I ask that you join in the search? I'd appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land west of here. I'm very good at finding things. There's a small bridge leading into a point in the Icos. Let us meet there when we've exhausted our efforts. I must not call you Crystal Mom to your face, because that would be weird. That's quite an impressive rack. The land west of here, she says. There's something blue and shiny here. Got it. Dynamite! Crystal Mummy, sorry. 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 Our last searcher returns. I am afraid the Arrayas no longer had the crystal, nor was able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. As a matter of fact, I did. The crystal, well done. Now I can focus on your tale without the missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Traveling and searching go hand in hand. You travel often, then. It seems we have something in common. Indeed. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azem, I was forever trekking back and forth across the Sar in search of answers to people's problems. Yeah. Do the same I can't really say today. I do the same in my time. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position with my whimsical successor. Hi. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis. In fact, many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate a missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is that the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Well, yeah, Warrior of Light is Azem, albeit sundered, but still them. Well, that's the interesting thing. The current Azem is, I mean, it's our unsundered self, but we have also been recombined several times. By the time the story opens, the source has already been recombined 6 times. We started with 1, at 6. Then there was the 7th Umbral Calamity, so that's 7. So we're up to 8 now. And then in Shadowbringers, we met ourselves. Yep. That's the one. And we eventually recombined. So we are 9/14ths of the current Asim. We're only missing 5, but there's just as much possibility that any of the other 5, goodness knows where they've gone. We have no idea. We've never met ourselves and the remaining reflections, if they're even still around. Which makes you wonder what would happen if the 9/14th sundered version met the unsundered version. What would happen? It's clear this story does not want to even deal with that. That's why we are nowhere near where they are, and we never meet. But get talked about a lot. A lot. Thank you for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return the stolen property. If you go ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Well, that's good. Makes me wonder, Regal says, if with Dawn Trail and with the dimensional fusion thing, what other shard we may eventually meet. Well, that's actually a really good question. It's like, does the version of Azem on the 12th even still exist? That also assumes that their soul hasn't been ripped away and recycled into somebody else, which is an entirely separate problem. Alright, Vana. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. Oh, thank God, some tea. Ah, this music.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
I've been going for about 2 hours. I need a few minutes break, and this seems like a good spot. Be right back. Give me a minute. I'm going to leave it paused right here. All right, here we go. This is a part when things get a little heavy, you know. Wanted to be able to do a little bit of a self-care before this bit starts. Thank you, Rigo. Glad you're still here, Rigo. All right. Here we go. Ah, hello, Lavos. By the way, I did actually get an email from Blurb saying, "Hey, your community has suggestions," and sure enough, your 2 suggestions were on there. So I was like, "Oh, now I know how that happens." Okay. That is one of my coolest redeems. I will admit. Just keep in mind, Lavos, what I might do in the future is if I'm doing a collab with somebody who also has a live 2D model, this redeem may get disabled. Because I have a button to do that. Because part of its script is that it involves positioning. And when you're trying to micromanage the positioning between yourself and another live 2D model, it can cause problems with a script going off and doing other things, which is, what runs this. So, I reduced the price, I've reduced the cooldown, so it's like you can use it again, but the cost is there will be some streams where this will be disabled. You will not be able to use it during those streams. But you can just keep building up points for other streams when I'm just, when I'm solo streaming, you can go ahead and use it then. So yeah, when I'm collabing with like Azure or Silver Cat Boy, Cat and Bows, this will be disabled. Yeah, you've probably seen it happen a couple of times during collabs. If Cat and Bows is in this spot in the corner, and I'm next to Cat and Bows to the left, and then this script kicks off, sorry, that was a sneeze. It will return to this exact position at the end. And so I need, and then the end result is the 2 will be stacked on top of each other. So that looks funky. So yeah, during collabs it may get disabled. Which means I don't need to worry about, letting you redeem it as long as it's a solo stream. The cat stack, is there a downside there? Yes. It looks weird. That's the downside. So, you can tell by the very moody music, things are about to get very serious. Here we go.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like.
I do like tea.
Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Mankind is being forced to flee the star.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Well, And I'm not even going to bother trying to guess the full extent of the words being said. It's just, oh boy, it's a lot. And there's a cut, there's a nice little fade to black here, and you imagine it goes on for a few hours. And remember, this story includes the bit about, you know, Crystal Mom. These guys. And Hades being the villain. The megalomaniac. This guy. Zodiark and the final days. We just told Hades that he's going to become a megalomaniac supervillain. He is not going to take this well.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale.
I mean, y'all should have the ability to, you know, use your damn magic or whatever to figure out where somebody's lying. I ain't lying. Missing details? Sure.
Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures.
And that's why I'm here, to find out, like, what is the root cause? That's the one piece we've been missing this whole time. Like fucking 4 expansions, we don't actually know the root cause.
Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide.
Yes? Thank you.
That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance.
Yes. Our perspective is we know everything that happened after the Sundering. The perspective of these guys that we're sitting here talking to is everything that happened up until that point. And it is a point in history that happened 10,000 years ago. So these guys exist in a perfect little fucking paradise that is about to come to a very final end. And we know this because we've seen it. We saw it in Amarok. In Shadowbringers. We were there. These guys are all on a point in the timeline where that hasn't happened yet. Their world has not been destroyed yet. And they don't yet know what role they had in destroying it. And we're here to figure out fucking why. How the fuck did this happen? What is the impetus? What is the reason? The motivating factor that started this nonsense? 10,000 years of history formed in this moment. From what?
But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return.
That's actually an interesting point. What is it specifically about here that is funky? What is it specifically about this creepy testing facility that is why everything goes to shit? It literally has paradise being lost.
By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Possible. Possible.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Correct. That's part of the reason why I'm here. I need to find the rest of the pieces to this puzzle. I mean, Hades kind of funky. Yeah. Yeah. I mean... let the scene finish.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Makes sense.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emmett Selk! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Dynamis. Dynamis is the key to all of this.
Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action.
I do love a woman of action.
The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
We'll see. Shall we begin our investigation, then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer, overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I only know that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers here, who live here, can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon. And I have a good idea where we might begin. Well, you know more of this place than I do. But first things first. Should grab the aetherite. Fondle the crystal. See the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismay. She's the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I can recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help draw out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Okay. Ismeen. Hi. Questions for me? I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Lick the rock. Yes. Conversation time. Greetings. My friend here was desperately curious about Chief Hermes. I was wondering if you might indulge her. Oh, certainly, Mistress Fana. Anything to be of service. What would you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as the chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species with incredible detail and is a leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? Do you know of Medion's abilities? It's no secret that she's a highly unusual familiar. Of late, the chief has often made his rounds with her like a mother hen raising his chick. I understand that she is able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature in depth, but I've not had a chance to discuss it with Hermes. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon. I've known Chief Hermes for many years, though I cannot say we're close. I've never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that's what you mean. Forgive us, we seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else you could tell us more about Medion? That would be Timaeus. He has similar expertise with flying concept and is much more eager to discuss the subject. Okay. You'll find him conducting observations of the banks of the stream somewhere to the east, and, unless you take particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. Okay. I shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, I think we've taken enough of his means time. Yeah, rambling discourse just like me. Yeah. Mood. Our investigation is off to a fine start. Wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose we split up. I shall make inquiries with the resident observers. If you could track down the colleague Ismail mentioned. Okay. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you're finished speaking with Timaeus. Okay. Squeak. Yes, I am Timaeus, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. So, what is it you wish to speak about? Is it true you're an expert on flying creations? Ah, fellow enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in. I can discuss the finer points of this fascinating craft. My deep and abiding love of avian artistry can be traced back to when I was a young boy, stricken by the transcendent beauty of glorious golden-feathered creature my father had designed. And it was then and there that I vowed to one day surpass that masterpiece. He launches into an unstoppable and rambling discourse. And thus did I secure a note on observer's role here in Elpis, and at last realized my childhood ambition. Here are the dreams I once dreamed, and every day are a reality in which I can find fulfillment through the research and creation of new flying life forms. An abridged recounting of events, as was doubtless to your disappointment. Is there any specific point you wish me to expound upon? You were hoping for my opinion on Chief Hermes' creations. Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Those beings that soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is they somehow benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that often disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments without riding the currents. I know none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Medion too is a marvel, then? My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration of Medion as a concept, I've never delved too deeply in the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes did choose to submit Medion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan looking for advice, that'd be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelechies? Dynamis and Entelechies. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower here made in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It's been centuries since I've heard anyone speak of such thing. Has been in resurgence and interest? No. Why bring up the subject? I'm flattered you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now I must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to? Yes, indeed. See, I forced him to end the conversation. So. Oh, look, minotaurs. Cool. I have a motorcycle. I'm out of here, bitch. Ah, good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. Any new findings to share? I see. Even as an expert in the field, had a little understanding of Medion's abilities, let alone awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Medion as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe the only person with significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we're going to reach any definite conclusions. I agree. At present, the strongest link we have in the final days is the power of Dynamis and the Entelechies, which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I'm inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, is there aught else of note you can tell me about Medion aside from the unorthodox method of communication? She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars and search for intelligent life. I rather wish you'd mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? Well, apparently she has a great number of sisters and they've already been launched to the sky. So these siblings of hers now all travel to the great expansion in search of deeper meaning? Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one that we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we shall take ourselves to Peripetea Crystalline, not far from here, just along the path to the west. Directions! Half the dialogue in this game is directions! while we're at it, now's the time for seeing if we can find that aether current. .238 south, so right on course. Final Fantasy VII music. Ah, very good. Mine. Missing one. Very far to the north. Well, there's a whole area up there we haven't been to yet, so probably have to get to it later. Cat, are you over here licking the rocks? Railing's too high. Perpetua crystalline. The tower and the one further along are both part of Perpetua crystalline, the facility where we archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear on the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we're here. I shall cut my architectural lessons short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with at the other tower, I'll join you there in a moment. So basically, they're TARDISes. Hi. Your questions for me? Certainly, just a moment. I'm going to conclude my current appointment. What was it you wanted to speak to me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Medion? Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Medion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Ghislaine shared with me. Oh? Ah, Ghislaine is my partner, a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward, a host of them. For several days, she would speak of this scene in wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she has ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear, says Venat. Mistress Venat, I thought you'd already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray, do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this site that so delighted Ghislaine? Of course. Perhaps you'd like to hear it from her lips directly. At present, she should be observing a subject at Metabesios Thalassai. By the root thalassai, I presume it has something to do with the sea. She does enjoy her time there watching sea creatures hunt and play. Yep, call that. Gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vanad. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as SM. What would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed serve as a basis for many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature as much with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Oh, creepy. Well, should we take an opportunity to meet with Ghislaine in person? Allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives. It'll take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid the hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Once arriving in the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you'll find yourself to the entrance to Metabasia's Thalassai. Ghislaine will be eager to share her tale with you, of that I'm sure. Metabasia's Thalassai. It's a fun name to say. You can see all the areas we haven't been to yet in the distance. I believe that over there is the area we came in at. But everything else is too far down. It's out of view below the horizon. So, Mistress Fanas, just passing through? Galunka, it rolls off the tongue easier than just say Galunga. Glit. Yes, this area is sort of Greco-Roman themed. So a lot of the words are sort of Greco-Roman. The interesting thing is, Galunga is a reference to the, what series? It's, thing the Vortigons keep saying. This area is more specifically Grecian themed, but Vana's name, or at least the name that she originally had, which was Venus, is actually Roman. Whereas other names like Hades and Hermes and so forth are very Grecian themed. Then allow me to prepare the path. You need further assistance? There is always an observer or two out in the upper skyway. Go. And now we're even higher up. So now there's an island over there that's almost fully obscured, but we even have an even better view of 2 more islands that we haven't been to yet. Although we can see more of the area we came in from over there. And that big central area down there below. So we have a better view of it now. In case of emergency, yell at observer. Poor observer. Do not abuse the poor innocent workers. I would become very cross. Unhurried observer. Hot. Mistress Fana. I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I wish to only speak with Galeen, if that could be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I'll inform her immediately. She may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know the business is urgent? No, that won't be necessary. This is a lovely view. Will keep us occupied until she's ready to receive us. This song is Heidelin's theme.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Some parts, yes. Others, not so much.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
Oh, you want to actually hear about my adventures? Okay.
Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own.
Ooh.
By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
So no fight. Shit, here I was, back in... Yeah.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it.
I mean, in a way, you kind of were.
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life, laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star.
And now we're getting some very personal admissions.
Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it.
I figured that was.
A moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
And this is more the developers talking to the players. Easy on that fourth wall there.
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Okay. So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned so far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why or even if he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. I mean, I'm guessing probably not. He's way too sensitive as a person. He's the type that probably wouldn't want to hurt a fly. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes set forth the Metea. If we're fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we start from that vantage point, we should be able to prove... It should not prove difficult to locate the island in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Happy means to fly. 'Tis quite a distance away. Not at this time. Inconvenient, but not insurmountable. To me, Argos. We know that, dog! My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry tigers here over that island? Huh? Stubborn creature. There is no place on this great star we have not traveled, and yet he still remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. Oh? You've ridden him before. Ah, your before, meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. Speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to do a face-off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him you're capable of holding your own against me in battle, and I should convince Argo you're worthy of his back. Besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You seem doubtful. But useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to treasure. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind, prepare your weapon. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. He is a very fluffy doggy. That clearing. Okay. Be warned, I will not go easy on you. I'd be insulted if you did. WOL versus... I wonder if she takes damage from them.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
People usually do.
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azem when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding.
There's a reason. Hello.
As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Don't get me started. Poppy? Poppy! Well, hello, Poppy. Good Poppy.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed Tea.
Good buppy. Good
To be sure,
buppy.
he never forgets his favorites and is ever eager to come to their aid.
This we have seen. He came to me almost immediately as soon as I arrived on the lunar surface. Yago. Good boppy. Good boppy. Argus will soon have us standing in the very spot where the Matea made their departure to the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. I'm holding out hope. Let's move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? Buppy. 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 Let's go. She's going so fast I can't even keep up with the dialogue. She's trying to remember the name of the tree. Noah Topheron, I think it was? Buppy. Again with the Shadowbringers music.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
I can't cause the echo to bring memories at a whim.
So
I have no control.
You cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me.
Okay.
There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
We call this echo.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No. I will think earnestly on them all.
Use Kajit. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. We are in the middle of Endwalker. So we're sort of out in the middle of Elpis, so, you know. Spoilers if you're unfamiliar.
And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteion, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being.
Locally sourced and organically grown VTubers. Cool, the Kajit. I like it. Very fun.
In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more.
Hydrate. All right, give me a second. One moment. Yes, we are very big on self-care here. Locally sourced and organically grown. Well, I think we qualify as organically grown at least. I'm not sure how you locally source VTubing, but I think we qualify.
And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps...
Ah, yes. Kiwi. Hence locally sourced. That makes sense. Ah, yes, kiwi.
A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Ah, very good. Have a good lurk. And welcome in. Nice to have you.
So, what is your opinion?
I don't think Hermes means to destroy the world.
I'm inclined to agree. As we had suspected, the two are somehow involved. Yet 'tis difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
Afraid it already has. Alas. There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. We could do worse than to look into Catesis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in the Ethoselictos Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, for an institution that claims to studiously research every species destined for release in the world, did you not question how they find room for all of them on so few islands? Well, I mean, we already know that these towers are basically TARDISes. The answer lies within Catesis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where it is a vast area stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the Neas north of Pointon Oikas. I got a bite time! Coming. There we are. Keeping you tapped. Oh, very good. Heading north. Nea seems to be the local word for teleporters. It's a cactuar. Ah, good. The Neas acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Catesis Hyperborea, we follow this path and turn left to the crossroads. Directions again! That's Shadowbringer's music. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask about Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Angry boy! Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Medion, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the Chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, that he might be recruited to prevent one. Yes, we had a similar conclusion. Or thus saith the illustrious in itself. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. Yes, that's why I'm here. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodius's sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation, if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than an invisible, intangible dynamis? Which in turn leads us to another question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known it had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation on our own, you see, and we came to much the same conclusion. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for your understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Good of you. Hythlodius chuckles like the little twink that he is. Twink boy! Twink boy! I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision? There he is. Next aisle over. Medion is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Directions, directions, directions.
What on earth?
The kids thus assembled. They are close by within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just ahead. Well then, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us, says the cranky boy. If I were to go, he would simply assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Eesh. Tigers can handle them. She did survive a bout with Vana, after all. Off you go. Find Hermes. Be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Okay. Rock out with the chocobo out. .445 west. So over there-ish. Hi. Who submitted the concept for this fucking thing? And can I question their sanity? A fresh Khajiit. But does the Khajiit have wares? I'd had no doubt in Kiwi. No. Kiwi is a very good soul. My only issue is Kiwi tends to stream when I'm in the middle of things. That's all. It's a scheduling issue. Ow. Nor is that actually, like, even remotely Kiwi's fault. Ah! No! We're not gonna play that game. Hi. If Coup de Khajiit is a fresh Khajiit, what is a cold, stale Khajiit? A Khajiit with no wares, perhaps? That probably means... who knows? I'm rambling at this point. Very spiky flower. How many of these are we gonna have to fight? Jeez. Fine. Y'all just want a piece of this. Alright, where the sod is Hermes? I'm tired of fighting these things. Okay, so this tells me the longer we sort of putter about, the more we're gonna get attacked. Worst breath. Oh, delightful. I still do not see any sign of our quarry. Maybe they are on the lower level. This environment is distinctly three-dimensional. Nope, it's telling us that our objective is above. In that mess of marbles. Yeah. But where? I didn't see them. Tell you what. Regal, if you spot them, give me a holler. Because at this point, I might be able to grind my way on marbles all the way up to level 88. They seem to respawn endlessly. They don't seem to give any XP though, so it's absolutely a waste of time. They love you, yeah. It's the electrified fists, you know. Ugh. See what I mean? I just step foot up here and it's just marbles. You're barfing all over my chocobo. Somebody's got to clean that chocobo later. Near a rock facing the outer edge. Yeah, that's why I was sort of going around the outer edge. Ah! Eureka. Tigress, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and Emmett Cell company. An important matter unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Well, Yes, I'll come as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you really should wait outside the garden. This is no place for idle exploration. Yes, for the sake of your marbles. Do you have any idea how many I've killed? You're gonna be remaking so many goddamn concepts. Unless you want to spend the next 20 years of your life redoing the concepts on these marbles. You spoke with him? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens. Well, I see, or I should say, I smell. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray things will take a turn for the better. As fascinating as it would be to meet the Emet-Selk who would recreate Amarat in the depths of the ocean, I think it's best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. I would like that, Hythlodaeus. I would like that. I would like it if none of that ever happened. Because billions of people would not have died. Everyone that lived on the first. Be it in our future or in your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that it is. Unfortunately, I think this world operates on the principle of time is written in stone. Which means everything that happens always will happen and always did happen. There is one timeline and no differentiating from it. He said it would not be long. Yes, then we shall wait here until he emerges. Here they come.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief.
Fuck off.
Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are, and why you came.
I talk with my hands.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction, and none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether.
9/14ths in my case.
Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
Now we're getting somewhere.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
So the villain is outside the planet's atmosphere in space.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why do we... They hurt. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Why is the jar not dissipating? Oh, it took a second. Interesting. Thank you for the redeem, Lavos.
Are you all right?
No! That hurt.
In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
No, she was talking directly into my head.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs dynamis.
Which means I can hear her and you can't.
That will explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Exactly, Lavos. Protoss grade psychic agony. Yes, that is exactly what's going on.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
I mean, she is essentially her own Protoss race with her own Kala. That's basically what's going on, essentially. The only difference is we happen to be in a state where we can actually tap into that because we're not as etherically dense as these other motherfuckers. Listening. She's not here. She's probably not going to be anywhere near Hythlodaeus and the others. She's probably going to want to avoid them. We're outside of the radius for this particular step of the quest, so we need to backtrack. Whatever it was that Birdbrain was experiencing, it was so intense it was radiating off of her onto us. And it was painful. It seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No, no, no. Mermaids mustn't hear them. I have to run. I have to hide. She's fleeing down the slope. So she went this way. Seems like a good spot. She's not here. Okay. Looking around. Not here. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh, no, 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 I can't tell them that. We must run, run far away. Please, don't follow me. She's on the top of the ridge. You say that, Lavos, but that's fucking creepy as hell. I mean, she is very literally the meme, the trope of the terrifying little girl. Yeah, except in this case it's a bird, but yeah. Scanning. Not here, probably too close to Emmett's cell. Cranky boy! Ooh, back by the tree, that makes more sense. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be, it cannot be! Her voice drifts to the south. South. Oh, fuck off. Not playing with you. She's not here. Looking around some more. She's up. So she's not down here. She must have gone back up the ramp. No, wrong direction. Towards the water, perhaps? I mean, I'm a very large cat that chases and eats birds, so... Medion's more like... lunch. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all the peoples of Etheris. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, no, you mustn't listen! It's wrong, it's all wrong! She flees towards the lake. Ah, the kids are here. And I call them kids because I'm about 10,000 years older than they are. Any sign of her? Yeah, she went towards the lake. Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Matea are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupts its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? much as you would approach any other sentient being directly. In the Matea's case, it means speaking to an incarnation within the physical reach. So unless we can track down the Matean we just lost, Medion, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Exactly. We'd best set our musings aside and concentrate how we might find her. What did you do, Hermes? What did you do? Oh, my dear Medion, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Pretty bad. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Medion renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, doesn't she? If so, could we not disrupt her concealment with a burst of ether? Much how Emmett Selk solidified your presence when we first met you. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we need to work together. Tigress will continue to search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Medion's likely position, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever. And thankfully, she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards the lake. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. We have a plan. Tigress and Emmett Selk will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Medion's avenues of escape. Emmett Selk and I will keep an eye on each other's aether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. We have a plan. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Medion and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down aether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Okay. You know full well that I'm more than capable of defending myself. Listening, scanning. Not here. Back this way. Scanning. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll have to hide then where no one can find me. She went into the lake? As if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. She's panicking and so therefore making bad tactical decisions. cutscene? Not here, I'm not here, please. There, by that rock. By that rock is she? Very well! What? Why can't I hide? Too much ether. We will hear your report, good or bad. What? What are you saying? Everything's so faint, I can't hear you. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It'll break him, his poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the other's in position, the two of her can herd her into our midst. At least we can see her now. Up. Her location is up. Oh, sort of. And of course, M itself just stands there. Like a douche. There, I see her. Past the teleporter to the horrible prison. Pandemonium. Seem to be heading back towards the lake. A likely occurrence. Got her.
Aha! Give chase.
We'll herd her into the shelter. Yeah. Flying pony boy. Authority figure. Authority figure. Lots of them.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please... Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all... dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
I believe this qualifies as tits have just rocketed skywards. Hi, Hermes, why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to Aether? Had you never cast your accursed questions at distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Hermes is headed to Catesis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he has entered from the rooftop and likely at the utmost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteion is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedent over any personal stake in the matter. Vena, Tigress. 'Tis clear we stand upon a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteion is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. Even if neither Hermes nor Meteion is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. I'm inclined to agree with Vena. Agreed, on all counts. To Catesis Hyperborea we go. So, it's dungeon time. Which begs a question. Is anyone around? Or should I rely upon the NPCs? What have we here? Asks Vana. Excuse me, is something happening inside the Catesis? Mistress Vana, I am glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Catesis was put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. Hermes doing, obviously. What does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Catesis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and we must enter the premise regardless. So in other words, everyone's weakened to my level. Fuckers. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. As it was hardly an I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled. Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. She's an all-rounder. As we saw earlier, considering she did tank, healer, and DPS in the fight. I was once as him, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emmett Selk, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You can lob potent spells as well as breathing, and also channel that power into protective manner if you chose to, yes? If the situation calls for it. Excellent, that should cover us on all fronts. In other words, he's a black mage and a dark knight. Your tale led us here, Tigress. And we will face the future together. Okay. You all know the way we do this. I'm going to do a 15-minute break, during which I'm going to have a party finder up. Party finder, private, recruit. Dungeons, Catesis Hyperborea. Forming a private party. The password will be 1318. Recruit. Dynamis Data Center. Okay, I'm going to be back in 15 minutes. No. It's not just you. A little early. I don't think we actually have enough time to complete the dungeon and still be within what I consider to be my usual stream time. I'm gonna hang on for a bit until the ad break ends. And come back. I think we might raid out and then start next session of this with the dungeon. On the off chance that there might be more people here. At least that's what I'm thinking. The alternative, of course,
Come, let us be off.
Let's get this over with.
is we can bring these nerds. Let's see. First of all, is anyone actually around? Let me look for a second. Is it Biden 26 VT with a blank message? Hello. Welcome back. Hello from Star Blossom Discord. How you doing? How's it going? Emmett Selk used to proclaim back in Shadowbringers about the great power of a sorcerer of Eld. So I want him to fucking black mage. Show me the fucking power of a sorcerer of Eld. And Vana started her little duel by bringing out the paladin. The advantage of taking players is players hit harder than the NPCs do. The players can do more damage, can take a bigger beating, and can heal harder. They can basically do everything the NPCs can, just better. So if you take along players, they'll be more effective. That said, you can also let the NPCs come with you.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
It seems he is determined to protect Medion. Aye, a right bother it's going to be. I mean, you ain't wrong.
How about you?
I
see you opening.
Vana is a paladin. Hythlodaeus is a bard.
My way.
I'm not entirely useless.
And Emmett Selk as a black mage. Mr. The powers of the sorcerer. Alright. You make a big talk. Prove it, big boy. No, but no, I've got a lot of aggro. Do your thing. There you go. Good job. Consider for a moment raiding out now. The problem is... Ooh. We have a blep. We have a blep. I didn't get an announcement of blep. Interesting. Fascinating. I didn't see anybody redeem that. I need to be hanging Vana.
My blade sings!
One problem is there's almost nobody on at this particular hour. Not many people to raid out to. I'm hoping by the end of the dungeon there'll be more people to raid out to. The ones that I'd hoped to raid it when I first went live have all since raided out. We're doing left. I got redeemed left. Strange. I might be having a muddle bug. Girl is taking a lot of damage. Just like a tank to not use mitigation properly. In other words, she's a real paladin. Or at least indistinguishable from one.
I'm not entirely useless.
We've been going for about 5 hours, so... We're also right at the end. Ooh. Somebody just popped on. A viable candidate has appeared.
Pick off! I'm not entirely useless.
Nah, but you're cute. Imagine that counts for some people. Why does my model keep doing that? Hey! Well, she used mitigation, I'll give her that. Hippolytus asked a good question. I wonder who came up with this concept. It's interesting.
Withstand this!
Speak off!
Have at you!
Speak off!
Chatty, aren't they? Not the most impressive DPS I've seen. Maiming boots. Maiming boots. Useless.
I see you.
Have at you!
Slide through. Slide through.
There's a considerable amount of cutscene that's going to follow this one. And I'm kind of thinking...
Have at you!
finish the dungeon, then pause. Because we're sort of at an inconvenient timing in between the end of the dungeon and the end of the session. You know? Wow, I got hit.
Speak off!
I give her credit, she fought Rampart.
I see you.
Or whatever the ancient world equivalent. Ring of Fending. Blech.
I see you.
Personally, I think it's a more interesting stream when we actually have other players, but
My way.
it's a quiet fucking Wednesday.
Can you withstand this?
I see you opening. I'm not entirely useless.
Again, I keep saying, Hythlodaeus, I'm sure some value the fact that you're cute. He may have his flaws, but you can't fault his managerial prowess. Okay, fine. So you're saying he's good at management, and that's about it. To be fair, I think he's more emotionally self-aware than a lot of y'all. Okay, I think I know what's going on with that. Got it. It was the same key binding. It's one of my primary attacks. Got it. This is the problem with having so many key bindings. Aiming gear. Delightful. Boss number 2. Hi. There truly is no accounting for taste. What's the saying? The customer is always right in terms of aesthetics. It seems like a rather messy little pen. Nice shot, Red 2. Is Zata Biden 26 VT over here is just chilling. Maiden Lord uses intimidation. It does nothing. The target is immune. Hi, Sam. How you doing?
I see you, Legg.
Back from wound care and antibiotic push. Well, I hope you're doing good. Nobody was really around, so I'm journeying through Catesis with Vana on Paladin, Hippolytus on Bard, and Emmett Selk, Mr. Great Arcane Sorcerer of Hell, on Black Mage. Yep. Got hit. I don't know. I'm the one that has to deal with it. Whatever. Watch me get no healing here. It seems to be always the way these things go. Yep, more aiming gear. I'm in a large truckload of pain. I'm sorry to hear that, hon. And to make matters worse,
I cannot let you take Mission. Not yet.
After this last boss, I'm probably gonna rain out. But current plan tomorrow, I'm planning on Veshka and her adventures punching demons in Valerian. Friday, which is normally BG3, because Cat and Bose has no internet, I suspect we're probably doing Black Mesa Blue Shift. Basically, my goal has been to try and have some more stuff that I can do that doesn't solely require me to rely on collabs with other folks. And luckily, I have a number of other games that I want to play on stream.
Slide through.
How about you?
Because, oh man, there are a lot of cutscenes after this dungeon.
I'm not entirely useless.
Some of the biggest fucking emotional gut punch cutscenes in the game. Sam and Regal both know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. Please look forward to it. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Yoshi P.
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
Dude, you pretty much already got an answer. I don't know how much more you need to hear until you understand you made a mistake. Own up to it. and preferably do right by the Matea. That would probably solve a world of problems. Get them home. Take care of them. They're gonna all have fucking trauma. Trauma. One of them is, in my opinion, the greatest cutscene in all of gaming. It's a very personal opinion, subjective kind of opinion kind of thing, but I can see where you're coming from on that.
Can you withstand this?
Though it helps to have the full context. The pupper? Argos. A-R-G-O-S. Argos. Although I prefer to just refer to him as Buppy. Argos could have stopped everything, but chose not to. Don't blame the puppy. The puppy is pure and innocent.
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
Your conviction that you are a mad, desperate fool.
I will have the time and tranquility I require.
So far as to make himself the villain. Yeah, Emmett Salk, I wonder what that's like, huh?
Gather to me!
Oh, Lord.
Each its breath! Unleash your power! Tossing winds! Pierce my bones!
I'm not entirely useless.
You say these things.
Fall is rain!
I think you're trying to convince yourself, Diplodeus. No. Ooh, nice interrupt.
Streams of ether!
I'm not
Surge is one!
Can you withstand this? Have at you! Have at you!
not underestimate me.
Dancing winds! Here's my foe!
He's down to a third health. Food interrupt.
Have at you!
Stars on high! Fall as rain!
20%.
By my Sunday, I sacrifice all. By my Sunday, I shall decide all.
Even when transformed.
Yes, your true name of Hades.
Finished yet.
I know your name, motherfucker. And dead. Ooh, Caduceus dropped. The Orchestrion dropped. Even the household furnishing dropped. Jeez.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. With that, I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence.
I think we found our villain.
There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Good job, Hermes. Good job. You unwittingly gave rise to the end of the world.
To decide our fate, to decree we live or die.
The same thing you guys do to all the creatures you create. Good job.
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed.
What if mankind is flawed?
Does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish in Star. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Proper Isle. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events, and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hitherdays. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated in a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteor!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Simple tracking spell.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
You're not sorry at all, you goddamn asshole.
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping we would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen.
Oh, absolutely.
There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I know. You've told me this before.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
And that's why in the future they have no memory of me being here. History is now a circle.
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
There is a phenomena in science The idea that there are filters to the forming of civilization. The idea that in order for a new life form to reach a certain point of development, they must pass certain filters that could wipe out the civilization before reaching the next stage. Say, for example, climate change. The argument that's being made here is that no civilization does. Sooner or later.
And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
So, what now?
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable, and she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well.
This is why they don't remember us in the future.
Other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Vinara about it when next we meet.
Yes, yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Hades, you idiot!
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
10,000 years way to go. All right. We are 52 minutes over when I generally sign out. Ah. Let's see who's around. We've got a couple of options. Luna's on, but we raided her just the other night, so... let's go meet up with Muddle family, as it were. Put out a red message. And I will see you tomorrow for Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, and Vestka's adventures, punching demons in the face. In the meantime, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, take care of the planet. I'll see you tomorrow at the usual time. Take care now.